Day celebration. First we have number 25, Tori Barber. Tori has been a valuable asset to the Thunder for the last 4 years, serving her teams both on and off the field. Tori's contagious energy, lively personality, and dedication towards the success of the program is admirable. In her career as a Thunder player, she's focused on her career as a Thunder player and also getting married this summer and moving back home to Florida with her husband-to-be. Tori will pursue a career in elementary education and is accompanied by her father George and mother Leah. Tori Barber. Our next senior that we honor is number 7, Shyla Dozman. Shyla has been a 3-year contributor for the Thunder, both on the mound and at the plate. She currently sits in the conference's top 10 in ERA, strikeouts, wins, and innings pitched. Her success on the mound has guided her towards earning CCIW Pitcher of the Week awards 3 different times. Shyla's love for this game, her teammates, and Google Excel documents will greatly be missed. She plans on serving as a human resources generalist at a plastic manufacturing company and coaching a youth softball team. Shyla will move back to Michigan and plans to get married in June. She's accompanied by her father Ryan, mother Kendra, and grandma Rebecca. Shyla Dozman. Our third senior today is number 13, Libby Figueroa. Libby has been a 3-year contributor for the Thunder after transferring from the University of Puget Sound. In her career as a Thunder player, she was named to the 2025 CCIW Academic All-Conference team. Libby has made an impact in the program as soon as she arrived on campus. Her supportive nature, dedication, and love for rocks are certainly irreplaceable. After graduation, she plans on attending the University of Edinburgh in Scotland to pursue a master's degree in cultural heritage and studying at the Futures Institute. Today, Libby is accompanied by her father Larry and mother Kendall. Libby Figueroa. The next senior player we would like to honor is number 18, Mia Reinhard. After transferring to Wheaton in the spring of 2024, Mia has served an important role in the program. Despite the unconventional route she took to get to Wheaton, Mia has truly made this place and its people her home. She shows deep appreciation for her coaches, teammates, and those that have positively guided her in her athletics career. Mia's work ethic has earned her a starting position in the lineup this past year as she leads the current team in doubles. She will earn a degree in business and economics as she pursues a career back in the Indianapolis area. Mia is accompanied by her father Mark and mother Andrea. Mia Reinhardt. We would also like to acknowledge 5th-year senior Gracie Rockness. Last year, Gracie was honored on our Senior Day celebration, but we would still like to recognize her today. Thank you, Gracie. Again, thank you to all of our seniors and their families. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's Senior Day doubleheader in CCIW action as Wheaton hosts North Park. At this time, we'd like to introduce the starting lineups for both teams. First, for the visitors from North Park. Leading off in left field, number 3, Eden Baker. Batting second in center field, number 24, Kayla Sapalu. Batting third, the shortstop, number 4, Kayla Lorenz. Batting fourth at second base, number 16, Mibello Colazzo. Batting fifth, the catcher, number 21, Katie Patton. Batting sixth, the designated player, 0, Raquel Hare. Batting seventh at first base, number 7, Catherine Keene. In right field, batting eighth, number 23, Sydney Snyder. Batting ninth at third base, number 13, Chloe Bader. And in the circle today for North Park, wearing number 26, Abby Pappas. Another starting lineup for your Wheaton College Thunder. Leading off for Wheaton, the shortstop, number 5, Ava Hartnett. Batting second in right field, wearing number 11, Kennedy Kemp. Batting third, the pitcher, number 7, Shyla Dozman. Hitting cleanup, the designated player, number 18, Mia Reinhardt. Batting fifth, the catcher, number 13, Libby Figueroa. Batting sixth in left field, number 4, McKenna Malika. Batting seventh for Wheaton, playing at third base, number 3, Bella Giles. Batting eighth in center field, number 2, Soleil Weaver. Batting ninth at second base, wearing number 1, Gracie Rockness. And the flex today for Wheaton, at first base, number 25, Tori Barber. At this time, we ask that everyone please rise. Gentlemen, please remove your caps for the playing of the national anthem.
It's Senior Day,
Fans, we would
and
like
the
to
final
recognize one special
home
Wheaton fan.
doubleheader for the Wheaton Thunder,
Superfan Ron
as they will
Ellis
take
is
on the
attending
North Park
Wheaton's
Vikings.
Wheaton sporting
North Park
event
obviously trying to
today.
keep their CCIW tournament hopes alive. Wheaton looking to play a bit of spoiler on what is a special day. Stephanie Kishi alongside here on the broadcast. And Stephanie, what are you looking forward to in tonight's matchup?
I am looking forward to a great day for softball. I think North Park has a lot to play for. They are sitting just outside that number 6 spot in the CCIW standings, just a couple games behind Elmhurst, and I think they want to play to win. And this is Wheaton's last home game, or homestead, I should say, last 2 games at home. And with the seniors being honored today, they want to win for them.
Also before the game, Gracie Rockness, Shyla Dozman, Mia Reinhardt, and Tori Barber being honored this afternoon. Why is Senior Day so important for these players? What makes it such a special event?
I think it's just honoring them for the however many years they've been on here on Wheaton's team. Obviously, a couple transfers like Livy Figueroa and Mia Reinhardt. And just to say thank you for the time and effort that they put in, making the team the culture that it is, and winning some softball games and making friends along the way. So it is a beautiful day also out here, Aiden. So I'm looking forward to it, and I know that the seniors are hoping that they can end their Wheaton career on Ruth Leedy Field with a bang.
Both teams come into this match 13-21 overall. North Park 4-6 in the CCIW. Wheaton 1-11. It'll be Shyla Dozman who will get the start. She started in both games yesterday against Augustana. Both losses accredited to her. Meanwhile, for North Park, Eden Baker will start things off. Senior Lafayette, Indiana, 3-time second team all CCIW selection, is currently at the plate. And let's roll. First swing is into center field, and it's going to be a base hit. Gets over the head of Soleil Weaver, and a leadoff double for Baker. North Park in their last contest got swept by U Chicago. They're riding a 3-game losing streak. Wheaton obviously swept by Augustana.
Now batting number 24, Kayla Sapalu.
Here's Kayla Supolu, another senior for North Park. Currently batting .265, is the number 2 hitter out of Hawaii. Did not record a hit against U Chicago. In fact, 0 for 4 in the combined 2 games against the Maroons. Oh, 1 pitch, taken high for the first ball. The count is 1-1. Guzman digs in, and another ball. Currently it is 61 degrees here at Ruth Leedy Field. Feels like 58. Winds blowing 11 miles to the southwest, gusts of 18. That one launched into left field, and it's going to be caught for out number 1.
That is a tough play for Ava Hartnett in at short today. The sun is just over our heads, and so it will be, I think, a tough day for fielders to look into the sun. You're gonna want those sunglasses, and just, I saw Wheaton practicing balls over the shoulder into the sun, so hopefully that's gonna pay off today.
Here's Kayla Lorenz, senior at Vernon Hills, Illinois, will bat third. 1 on with 1 out. First pitch in there is a strike. Lorenz coming into this afternoon, 115 RBIs, the most in a North Park career, surpassing her head coach, Coach Anderson, who herself has 111. 0-2 count. Lorenz doesn't swing at it. Wise decision, draws her first ball. On a 1-2 count, Kayla Lorenz has evened it up at 2-2. Lorenz in game 2 against U Chicago, 1 for 3 and a home run, and a 1-5 loss over the Maroons. 2-2 pitch, fouled it off for a bat. Shyla Dozman starting in her 17th game. She is 6-9 overall, ERA of 3.5. 2-2 pitch. We'll redo it over again. And Stephanie, what is the key for Shyla Dozman to have an efficient outing?
I think throwing strikes. She's thrown a first pitch strike to each of the batters so far, which is a good start. And yeah, we saw yesterday that when she just fills that strike zone, forces some contact, long run from Malika, nice catch. Yeah, if she forces some contact, weaker contact, to be fair, yesterday, Augie was just all over the ball against all Wheaton pitchers. But I would say, yeah, if she can keep the ball in the strike zone, limit the walks, she should have a good day.
Now batting number 16.
Augustana had 11 hits against Shyla Dozman in Game 2. 7 earned runs as well against Dozman. Smacked, and it stays fair. Chance for 1 run to score to Eden Baker, and she will. Zalo now wants third base, and she will. Will she get it? She will.
Tough play, just that ball was sliced down the right past Tori Barber at first and went all the way to the right field wall. But Kemp made a really strong throw to Rockness to make that play at third look even close.
Mabel Colzalo with an RBI triple to put North Park on the board. It's Katie Patton who's batting for the Vikings. Had a double in Game 1 against the Maroons, hitless in Game 2. A 1 pitch for Dozman. Down outside for ball 1. Patton batting .308 this season. Last year, played in 37 games, batted .230, slugged .437. Here's the 1-1 pitch off speed for strike 2. Patton doesn't swing at it, he evens up the count at 2-2.
Dozman's getting ahead of hitters, but is losing them just a little bit. So hopefully she can clean that up, hopefully, as the game goes on.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. And it's fouled.
Good use of the off speed there for Dozman. That was a protective swing by Patton, who was swinging at a ball that was not in the strike zone.
North Park only collected 5 hits in Game 1 against UChicago and then 3 hits in Game 2. While the Maroons had 19 combined hits in both Game 1 and Game 2. Infield pop-up that will go into the stands. Patton, it's loaded up at 3-2 for her. Payoff pitch. And Patton will get the walk. Her 6th walk of the season. So 2 on with 2 out, runners at the corners. Colzalo at third base. He'll bring on Raquel Hare, looking to add some more runs in this first inning.
Now waiting for North Park, 0, Raquel Hare.
Raquel Hare, 6 of 23 on the season, batting .261. First swing is outside for a foul ball. Hare pitched against UChicago in Game 1, was credited for the loss, pitched 6 innings, gave up 11 hits and 5 earned runs. She also batted in that game, was 0 for 2. 0-1 count, just outside for ball 1. It's a flare to center field, and it's going to stay alive for a base hit.
Tough play for Wheaton, kind of falling into what we've started dubbing the Bermuda Triangle area zone of the field. In between the infield and the outfield, Weaver was unable to get there in time, and Rockness, that would have been a ridiculously hard play for her.
Cozalo scores as well, so it's 2-0 North Park. Catherine Keene to hit. Sierra Mount Prospect, Illinois, hitless against UChicago. Combined 0 for 4, did have an RBI in Game 1 and then walked in Game 2. Playing in career game number 144. Could be in play, but they're going to say it's fouled.
She also plays basketball for North Park, which is quite impressive. I saw her play against Wheaton, and Wheaton did beat North Park this season. So Wheaton is hoping that they could beat North Park softball with Keene on the field, just like they did against her in basketball.
0-2 pitch. That will stay out of play. And Shyla Dozman looking to get out of this inning. As North Park is already at their 7th hitter here in the top of the first. Patton at second, Hare at first. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Shyla Dozman records the final strikeout to end the inning, but North Park strikes first, scoring the first 2 runs. Bottom of the first, after North Park scored the first 2 runs, Raquel Hare will be getting the start for the Vikings. Her 15th start of the season. 6-8 overall, an ERA worth of 4.90. It will be Ava Hartnett to lead things off for the Thunder. Hartnett drew 4 walks in the 2 games combined against Augustana. currently hitting .353 on base percentage of .509, while slugging .447, lifted into right field, and it will land for a leadoff single.
Now batting for number 11, Kennedy Kemp.
Now here's Kennedy Kemp, sophomore out of Arlington, Texas, to bat for Wheaton. Hitting .288 on the season, playing in her 32nd game, showing bunt. Doesn't pull the trigger. Hartnett stays at first. Kemp 1 for 3 in a walk in game 1 against Augustine, and then 1 for 2 in game 2 against the Vikings. Second pitch is a strike, 1-1 count for Kemp. Kemp pulls the bunt.
That's a nice bunt.
Throw over to first base is not in time. Nonetheless, Hartnett moves on over to second.
They actually got Kemp by like half a step, but still very, very nice bunt and nicely executed by both teams there.
Now batting for number 7, Shyla Dozman.
Now Shyla Dozman's going to be hitting out the 3 spot, one of the seniors that were honored before the start of this game. .13 hits this season, batting .361 and slugging .472 is Shyla Dozman. Two for 3 and a double in game 1 against Augustana. 2-0 count. Dozman swings and misses on the third offering for strike 1. Dozman, good count for her. It's at 3-1.
That was a nice pitch that she took. That was a similar pitch to the rise ball that Pappas threw before, but she didn't chase this time.
Here's the 3-2, foul ball. McQuell here last year as a pitcher, started in 9 games, 6-5 was her win-loss record at an ERA of 5.74. Sophomore Brentwood, California. We'll redo this one over, 3-2.
She's from my neck of the woods-ish. Brentwood, I've been there before. It's probably about like 45-ish minutes from my house, and they got some nice like farm area where you can pick fruit. So I've gone cherry picking in Brentwood before. Would highly recommend if anyone's in the San Francisco Bay Area to go to Brentwood.
Pitch at the knees, and Dozman draws the walk. 2 runners are on with 1 out.
Coming in for the Thunder, number 18, Mia Reinhardt.
Mia Reinhardt up at the plate, 1 for 3 in an RBI in game 1 against Augustana, hitless in game 2. First pitch in there for strike 1. Smacked right back to first base, but it is caught. Nice catch by Mibelo Cozalo for out number 2.
Good awareness by Dozman right there to dive back to first and not get picked off to keep this inning longer for Figueroa.
Figueroa did not record a hit in Game 1 or Game 2. Playing in her 101st game here at Wheaton. Batting .269 on the season. Falls behind with an 0-2 count.
She's just a hair late, which is why the balls have been going either towards our direction or down the first baseline.
Figueroa pops it up near the infield, and it's going to be hauled in by Gonzalo for out number 3. North Park hanging on to a 2-0 lead headed into the top of the second.
Leading off the top of the second inning for North Park, number 23, Sydney Snyder.
Snyder first swing, and she will foul off her bat. She's on Mount Vernon, Washington, hitless in both games against UChicago. Last year played in 38 games, started in 37, 36 hits, bat .327, slugged .400. Here's the 1-1. Becomes 1-2 after she chopped it foul. As we said, Shyla Dozman got the start in both Game 1 and Game 2 against Augustana, and is coming back out to pitch yet again here on Senior Day. The 1-2 lifted into center field, but it is easily caught by Soleil Weaver.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 13, Chloe Bader.
Chloe Bader, bit of an infield pop-up, surging into outfield, and Soleil Weaver has her second putout.
Stepping up to the plate for the Vikings, number 3, Eden Baker.
Now it's Eden Baker who's at the bat, doubled back in the first inning. Baker 42 stolen bases in her career, which is the most ever in a North Park career. Very impressive career, as we said. 3-time second team All CCIW, looking for her first team All CCIW selection after the conclusion of this season. 1-1 count. Baker will bunt. Dozeman tosses over to first base, but they're going to say Baker is safe.
Baker showing off why she's just so quick. Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that underhand, really long underhand toss with such a speedy runner, but I kind of get sometimes when you go over the shoulder, that's when you have to make those throws really precise, and Wheaton has had trouble with those.
Now Kayla Supolu is at the plate, popped up in the first inning. She shows bunt. Here comes the steal attempt by Baker, and she is safe. So extending that career record of hers, 43 career steals for Eden Baker.
Yeah, and she has over half of North Park's stolen bases this season alone.
They change it from a ball to a strike, so it's an 0-1 count. And Supolu fouled it off the bat. It's an 0-2.
Jaws almost had that one. Would have been a very nice catch.
Dozeman. Catchable ball. And is it caught? It looks like it is not caught by Tori Barber. Had a good look at it though.
Yeah, she was right there. Don't know if I think she might have just ran out of room and wasn't quite able to squeeze the glove, because that ball was in her glove for half a second, but really nice concentration there.
Supolu into right field. We'll have to do this over again. Lined into center field. Baker wants to come home, and she is safe. It's going to be an RBI double for Kayla Supolu.
That was a nice piece of hitting by Supolu. She was late on Dozeman's fastball, and so when Dozeman threw that off speed and she just hit that ball, she was right on top of it. So yeah, a little unfortunate for Dozeman there. I think she should have gone back to the fastball, as she had Supolu off, not quite on that pitch.
12th RBI for Supolu this season. Another that's popped up near right center field, and the catch cannot be made. North Park has scored an additional run with Supolu. It's an RBI single for Kayla Lorenz.
Now batting number 16, Mia Colazzo.
Here's Colazzo up to bat. RBI triple back in the first inning. Colazzo, favorable count, it's at 2-0. smacked into left center field. Surging under it is Malika for out number 3. Vikings add an additional 2 runs. They're up 4-0 headed into the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second inning from Ruth Leedy Field on a senior day doubleheader. Absolutely gorgeous Saturday afternoon, as Wheaton is also playing in their final home games of the regular season. Their final 2 games are on the road with Olivet and Milliken. So McKenna Malika will be batting for Wheaton. Five hits on 23 at-bats. Malika hitting .217 on the season. Third pitch just sneaks inside for strike 1. It's a 2-1 count for Malika. The count's 3-1. Malika makes contact into fair of play, and it's going to be caught for out number 1. Good throw over to Catherine Keene.
Number 3, Bella Giles.
Giles' first 2 pitches are balls. It's a 2-0 count for the freshman of San Jose, California. Hitless in both games against Augustana. Currently batting .260 on the season is Giles. Wheaton very young throughout the roster, as you have freshmen starting. Giles, you've seen Nori Kang, Ava Hartnett also getting some playing time. And pitching-wise, Dylan Watson has started in 11 games. Iris Jones only a sophomore, and has started in 2. 3-1 count. There's a walk.
Yeah, Hare walks more people than she strikes out. She has 40 walks on the season compared to 17 strikeouts. So I think if Wheaton can remain patient and kind of work walks, that will be key to them trying to get runs across the plate.
Weaver stares at it as it goes away. 2-0. Sophomore out of Whitmore Lake, Michigan, is Soleil Weaver, playing in her 28th game. Last year played in all 40. Batted .220, slugged .280.
And we just saw her hit her first career home run last night. And for the viewers at home wondering, so we saw after Weaver got hit her home run, last night, Wheaton brought out a banana, and like an inflatable banana, and we were curious if it had anything to do with the Savannah Bananas, why Wheaton has an inflatable banana. And I texted Natalie McCagran this morning about it, and she told me that it's not related to the Savannah Bananas, in case anyone was wondering. It's just related to the cheer Go Bananas. And she wasn't exactly sure where they got it from, but we hope that the banana will make an appearance today.
3-0 pitch. Another walk in this inning. So 2 runners are on with only 1 out.
Do you like bananas, Aiden?
Of course I like bananas. Okay. I eat 3 a day. Maybe 4 if I'm feeling it. I'm not joking.
Okay, fair enough.
The best part is, if we're going to talk about bananas, is having yogurt, Greek yogurt. I like Chobani. I also like some Trader Joe's. Throwing some bananas on the side.
Okay, that's solid.
And that's not bananas.
Okay, I see what you did there. What type of bananas do you like to eat? Like, are you a green banana guy, like really brown, or somewhere in the middle?
So definitely not brown. I don't know why people would want to eat that. I would say somewhere around not totally green as well, as that will be a base hit in the infield. Throw over to first base is in time. Nonetheless, both Wheaton runners and Giles and Weaver move on to third and second respectively with 2 outs. But to answer your question, I'm somewhere in the middle between a good yellow banana and somewhat green.
Fair enough.
Okay, for those who can't see right now, I wish we had a camera showing our faces. Stephanie Kishi has just shown me a picture, and it says which banana to eat, and you have 15 different bananas of different varieties and different colors, with 1 being the most green, 15 being the most brown. Where did you get this picture from, first of all?
The internet.
Okay, so for the viewers back home, we can probably search this up, but I would say I am around a 4 or 5.
A 4 or 5? Oh, wow. Okay, so you're still pretty green then. Okay.
I don't think it's that green. Like, this is number 1 is very green.
Yeah, okay, but I would not eat anything lower than a 7, and a 7 is like what most people feel is like a perfectly yellow banana.
Now, my parents do complain that I like crunchy bananas, especially the number 1 banana and number 2 banana.
Fair enough.
I would argue it's not crunchy, though. It's a 3-1 count for Ava Hartnett. Runners on second and third. Loaded up at 3-2. Hartnett singled her first time back in the first. Payoff pitch for Hare. And we have our 3rd walk of the inning.
This will be huge for Wheaton if they can get a run across the plate. We've talked in the past couple of days that they've struggled with getting runs across the plate with just runners left in scoring position and runners left on base. Last game against Augie, they left, I have 4 runners left on base the whole game, and you had mentioned they had a couple of runners left on in the first game when I wasn't there. So
yeah, in game 1, Wheaton straighted 10 base runners compared to Augustana, who straighted 6. Wheaton still had an opportunity to win in game 1. They had 2 base runners on. The tying run was at the plate, and 2 outs. Vikings, though, got that 3rd out to pull off the game 1 win. For the prime opportunity, as you have Coach Anderson conducting the mound visit, Giles, Weaver, and Hartnett are all on base. Best opportunity for the Thunder to strike offensively.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned those women on base. They're probably some of the fastest women on the team. So I think a base hit scores at least 1, potentially 2, to bring that deficit back down from 4-0. I think Daniels needs to be patient. She has seen the pitcher walk 3 batters this inning, and so I think it's going to be a challenge for Daniels to look for a pitch that she thinks she can hit, but also remain patient, because a walk is as good as a hit, and that will score a run.
Pressing moment for Raquel Hare, trying to keep the Thunder off the scoreboard, facing a good hitter in Amaya Daniels, batting .267. Daniels did not have a hit in both games against Augustana, albeit she did walk in game 1. 2-0 count. Here's the first strike. A much needed sign for Raquel Hare. Now 3-1 count. Good battle between Amaya Daniels and Raquel Hare, but right now Daniels is winning it. As Hare evens it up, it's 3-2.
That was a big pitch for Hare there.
The 3-2 becomes 4-2. Wheaton has their first run of the afternoon.
Yeah, good at bat by Daniels. She did not swing at a single pitch as she watched 2 strikes go by, and was just really patient. So I think this inning, Wheaton hitters will be looking to be patient against Hare. I was listening to the North Park commentators for North Park's last game against University of Chicago, and they mentioned that Hare likes to paint the corners and work up and down the zone, looking for soft contact. She's had pretty soft contact from Wheaton today, but working up and down the zone, she has not been able to find the strike zone in that, and that might benefit Wheaton right now.
So Shyla Dozeman gets another loaded bases opportunity. Kennedy Kemp is pinch running for Maya Daniels. Thunder just got their first run of the afternoon. As the tying run is at first base, go-ahead run at the plate. Good pitching from Raquel Hare. It's now 0-2. Dozeman makes contact. Throw over to first base is made in time by Lorenz and Catherine King. Thunder strand 3, but get their first run of the afternoon. It's 4-1, North Park leads. We're on the top of the third on Senior Day on the CCIW network. Be Katie Patton to lead things off. Walked her first time up in the top of the first. Dozeman stays in the circle. First swing, gets into right field. Leadoff single for the senior out of Evanston, Illinois, Katie Patton. North Park, a team that comes into this match with 256 hits as a team second most in the CCIW. It looks like Kira Travetter will enter as a pinch runner. Playing in her 18th game, sophomore of Sycamore, Illinois. Now it's Raquel Hare, RBI single in the first. Showing bunt. Travetter stays over at first. Swing and a miss on the second offering. Raquel Hare is now facing an 0-2 count. Dozeman digs and a foul ball. Raquel Hare, as a hitter, only had 3 hits a season ago, batted 115. This season has doubled it with 6 hits. She's batting .261. The 0-2 count. Lifted into near center field. And is it caught? It is for the first out. What a grab.
Indeed, what a catch by Gracie Rockness.
Soleil Weaver and Gracie Rockness were almost about to collide with the ball, but it looks like Rockness was the one who just snared it out of thin air. The one who ultimately comes up with the catch.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier in the first inning, the sun is about directly overhead. Slightly not directly, I should say. You can probably see a bit of a shadow behind home plate, but still pretty directly overhead. And Rockness does not have sunglasses, so amazing catch to catch that over her shoulder into the sun.
Keene shows the bunt. It's high and it's caught by Livy Figueroa. Obviously, one of the disadvantages, if you can't get a proper bunt, you just pop it up right to the catcher.
Yeah, for sure. That is one of the worst feelings as a hitter when you're trying to butt and you get under the ball and it goes up instead of down. But yeah, good awareness by Livy. Easy catch for a catcher like that.
1 on with 2 outs. Bring on Sydney Snyder, who popped up in the second. The 0-1. Stays in the infield. Throw over by Hartnett over to first base, and it's made by Victoria Barber for out number 3. Wheaton producing their first shutout innings, and it comes in the third as the Vikings still lead it 4-1. bottom of the third inning
Leading off the
from
bottom of the
Ruth
third
Leedy
for
Field
number 18,
on Wheaton Senior Day. The Mia Reinhardt leading things off, lying down in the first inning. So who's hitting .345, former transfer from Anderson University. Reinhardt the 1-0. Draws 2 balls, it's now 2-0. That will sneak in for strike 1. So far, Hare has pitched 2 innings, has only given up a hit and an earned run. You were talking about the big disparity between strikeouts and walks. She's walked 5 batters, has struck out nobody. The 2-1 becomes 3-1.
Yeah, Wheaton's challenge, I think, will be getting those walks turned into runs. Offense is scuffling just a little bit to fully manufacture runs. There's another walk.
That's now the 6th walk Wheaton has drawn.
Looks like we might have a pinch runner coming in for Reinhardt and a new pitcher coming in for North Park in just a second.
It looks like instead we have a pinch hitter. Abby Whitehead is looking to hit. It was going to be Livy Figueroa. Reinhardt is still over there at first base. Meanwhile, new pitcher, Adrian Pappas, will be pitching for North Park. So Coach Fazzari opting to bring out the big guns in the form of Abby Whitehead, probably the best hitter on this Wheaton squad. Hitting .366, slugging .518. A season ago, Abby Whitehead slugged .650, which was going to be 5th in the CCIW. She has 6 home runs entering this contest, had 7 last season.
Now pitching for North Park, number 26, Abby Pappas.
As we said, Adrienne Pappas is pitching now in her 24th game. Is that going to stay in the field of play? It's not, and I don't think anyone caught it. Pappas pitched in both Game 1 and Game 2 against U Chicago. Went only about an inning in Game 1, gave up 2 hits, and then in Game 2 went 2 1/3 innings and had 2 strikeouts. The 0-1 taps softly. The throw to first is in time for the first out as Reinhardt advances to second base.
Now batting for Wheaton, number 4, McKenna Malika.
Malika grounded out back in the second inning. So with Pappas' entry into the game, that means Hare finishes with only 2 innings of work, walking 6 batters, and giving up 1 earned run. Lifted into center field, and it's going to be a fair ball. So it's going to count as a single as Reinhardt stays over at second base, 2 on with 1 out.
I would not be surprised if some of those bloopers fall today. As mentioned, the sun is pretty brutal out here. Smart decision by Reinhardt just to stay on second.
Soleil Weaver is in the on-deck circle. Bella Giles batting walked in the second. 1-1 count. Giles, and that is caught nicely by Lorenz for out number 2, and the double play is made as they were able to throw it over second base. 4-1, North Park still has the lead. We're at the top of the 4th inning from Ruth Leedy Field. 4-1, North Park has the lead. As it'll be Chloe Bader to be leading things off. Bader popped up in the 2nd inning. Bozeman continues to stay in the circle for Wheaton as the Thunder have not made a pitching change. That gets over to Hartnett, and the throw to first base is made in time to Tori Barber. Here's Eden Baker, 2 for 2 this afternoon. Doubled in the first, singled in the second. Baker tries a bunt, and it's fouled. Also brings a lot of speed to this North Park squad. We talked about the career steals that she has, and then showcased her running abilities when she got on base. The 0-1 is popped up into the stands. The 0-2. Nice dig up by Rockness to throw to first base. I don't think it's in time, so that means another base hit for Eden Baker.
She got slightly fooled by that off speed by Dozeman, but was still able to poke it out. And nice stop by Rockness, but as we mentioned before, Baker's just so fast. There's not a shot at, not a chance for Rockness to get her out at first.
Now Kayla Sapolu who just had an RBI double in the second inning, is back up at the plate. 1 on with 1 out. Baker trying to steal for second. They'll bunt. The throw to first base is in time. So Sapolu is retired. Baker will advance to second.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 4, Kayla Loren.
Now here's Lorenz to bat. RBI single in the second inning. Chance for North Park to add on to their lead. They scored the first 4 runs through 2 innings of play. 2 runs in the first, 2 runs in the second. But they've been blanked. The 1-0. Good pitch in there by Shyla Dozman, 1-1. Again, she is an absolute warrior, pitching both games against Augustana yesterday. Now pitching this afternoon on Senior Day. We'll see about game 2 if she'll get some action.
Yeah, threw for a combined 11 innings yesterday, 7 of which came in that first game. Pitched the whole game. Yeah, as you mentioned, absolute warrior, and it's her last game here at home.
2-1, crushed into right center field. North Park is going to bring 1 run, and Eden Baker. It's an RBI double for Lorenz after she had an RBI single in the second inning.
Number 16, Mia Colazzo.
Now it's Colazzo to hit. RBI triple in the first inning. Really the one that got the scoring party started for North Park. That one picked off the ground, and there saves a catch though by Hartnett for out number 3. Good defense by her. Nonetheless, North Park gets another run. They're up 5-1. Thunder offense are back out onto the field, trying to produce some runs. No doubt that they've been able to get on base. The only question is, can they convert those into actual scoring opportunities? Weaver first swing at it will go outside. Weaver swings and misses on the second offering. The count is 0-2 as Soleil walked in the second inning. Someone who's been pretty good defensively takes it at the knees for ball 1. The 1-2. It's outside for ball 2. Good job by Soleil Weaver to work her way back into the battle. The count is 2-2. Apis. High fly ball into right field. Looks like it was fouled off though. Raptors 4-5 overall. Pitching this season, ERA nearly at 3. Weaver does make contact, goes to Chloe Batter, who throws it to first base, and Catherine King hauls it in for out number 1.
The batting for the Thunder, number 1, Gracie Rockness.
Rockness grounded out in the second inning. Back up for her second time. One of those fifth-year seniors who had the privilege of being honored right before the game. The 1-1, swing and a miss for strike 2. Hartnett is due up after Gracie Rockness, as Wheaton looks to get the top of the order back up into play. The 1-2 will go over to Lorenz, slings it to first, and Keene with a second putout.
Batting for number 5, Ava Hartnett.
Hartnett singled in the first, walked in the second. Also a really reliable leadoff hitter for Wheaton. Does her job well. 24 walks entering this afternoon. Best on-base percentage on the team. Lifted into left field, and it's caught for out number 3 by Eden Baker. North Park leads it 5-1 as we head into the 5th.
Katie Patton.
We're at the top of the 5th inning in a doubleheader between the Thunder and the Vikings. Katie Patton is going to be leading things off. She singled in the 3rd and walked in the 1st. North Park coming into this game having lost their last 3 games, including a sweep against U Chicago. They split against Elmhurst in their last CCIW contest. Wheaton got swept by the Augustana Vikings. Currently sitting 1-11 in the CCIW. North Park is 4-6, currently in 7th place. They are a game back against Elmhurst, who's 5-7. The only team that has clinched a CCIW tournament bid so far is Illinois Wesleyan, who is 11-1, currently the number 1 team in the CCIW. Records a little bit all over the place since some teams have played more conference game than others. The 1-2. High pop up, and it's caught for out number 1. Good catch by Ava Hartnett, streaking nearly into the outfield. Now Raquel Hare popped up in the third, had an RBI single in the first. What a catch by Bella Giles. A rocket to her, but it's no problems for her.
Yeah, after that one error by Soleil Weaver back in the second inning, which allowed a run to score, Wheaton's defense have been showing up and not letting North Park get easy runs.
Sorry, 2 outs for North Park. Good stellar defense made by Wheaton. As Keene fouls that one near the dugout. Here's the 1-1. Becomes 1-2. So far, Shyla Dozeman 4 2/3 innings. Has given up 8 hits, struck out a batter, walked a batter, and 4 earned runs attached to her name. The 1-2. Did she go? It looks like Keene did not. So it's 2-2. Umpire over at first base also agrees. So Keene stays alive, 2-2. Down near the knees, loaded up at 3-2. That lined into left. Inning is kept alive. As Catherine Keene records her first base hit of the afternoon.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 23, Sydney Snyder.
For Snyder to hit, she so far is 0 for 2. That's in foul territory. No one can track it as it goes near the dugout. So far, North Park has recorded 9 hits in the contest compared to the Thunder's 2. Except Wheaton has been able to get on base multiple times. They have 6 walks compared to North Park's 1. The 1-1 for Snyder. Makes contact with it. Is it in play? It's not. The 1-2. Nice play over to second base made by Ava Hartnett. She'll tap it over to second for out number 3. North Park, though, they still lead 5-1. It'll be Kennedy Kemp leading things off. Bottom of the 5th inning from Ruth Leedy Field. Kemp had a sacrifice bunt in the first. As that first pitch by Pappas is in there for strike one. Again, Pappas coming in relief of Raquel Hare. Good looking ball into left field, but it's going to be caught for out number 1 by Eden Baker.
Now batting the pitcher, number 7, Shyla Dozman.
Dozman swings and misses on the first offering. Two-way hitter for Wheaton in the sense that she can both hit and pitch. Dozman strikes it right field and caught by Sydney Snyder, able to come up with it.
Now let me in my verse right where the horns are like, I gotta testify. Come up in the sky looking extra fly.
Now batting for number 18, Mia Reinhardt.
Reinhardt obviously transferred from Anderson University, took a bit of an unconventional path to get here to Wheaton, alongside Livy Figueroa, who was a transfer from Puget Sound. Reinhardt playing her 83rd game in a Wheaton uniform. Batting .345 on the season, and slugging .475 is Mia Reinhardt. The 1-1. Hit too low right there for ball 2. Reinhardt makes contact and finds daylight into right center field. A 2-out single for Mia Reinhardt, and her first hit of the afternoon after she walked in the 3rd.
Now batting for number 13, Livy Figueroa.
Livy Figueroa to bat, obviously a cool story for her. We just said she's from Puget Sound. The reason she wanted to transfer to Wheaton just had to do with the fact that Wheaton offered a better education and something more up her alley, as that is kept in the infield, and a toss over to first base to Catherine King for out number 3. 5-1 headed into the top of the 6th. We're in the top of the 6th inning from Ruth Leedy Field. The Vikings have a 5-1 lead. This game critical for North Park to win because they are a game back of 6th place of the CCIW tournament. The top 6 teams get in, and Elmhurst is currently hanging on to the last spot. Here's Chloe Bader to lead things off. Hartnett couldn't ground it. Instead, it gets into center field. So North Park has someone, one of the bags, as they'll say it's a fielding error.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 3, Eden Baker.
Baker, productive outing, 3 for 3. 2 singles and a double thus far. Bader at first base. As if she wants to steal second, the count is 2-0. Baker slaps it. Chance at a double play. The throw back to first base, but looks like Baker is safe. Bader out on second.
Now batting number 24, Kayla Sapalo.
Here's Sapolu to hit. Had a sacrifice bunt in the 4th, but more importantly, an RBI double in the 2nd. Attempt steal over to second base. Baker, she's safe. She is. Second time the Vikings are successful at stealing bases. Although as a team they have about 30 stolen bases entering this afternoon, which is 7th in the CCIW. That's a fair ball down the third base line. Baker circling over to third, and she is safe and scores at home plate. An RBI double for Sapolu, just like she did it in the 2nd. Now Kayla Lorenz looking to add to the North Park lead. Has provided RBI sparks in the 2nd and the 4th. 2 for 3 this afternoon. As we said before, 115 RBIs entering this afternoon, most in a North Park career, surpassing Coach Anderson. The 1-1 becomes 1-2 as Lorenz opted not to swing. Dozman has gone 5 1/3 innings, getting up 10 hits. Struck out one batter, walked another. Giving up 5 earned runs. Dozman, the dish, into left field, back at the wall, and it's caught for out number 2 by Michaela Malika.
At the plate for North Park, number 16, Mia Colazo.
Nia Bella Colazzo strikes it into center field. Chance for Sapolo to come home, and she'll score with ease. Vikings extend the lead. They're up 7-1 off the RBI single from Colazzo. Just like in the first, when she had an RBI triple, Nia Bella Colazzo adds on to the North Park lead. As the Vikings showing that they can add to their lead and offensively get production from anywhere. A lot of talented people for North Park as Wheaton's going to make a pitching change. It will be Iris Jones who will likely take the place of Shyla Dozeman. As we said, Iris Jones is in the game for Wheaton, appearing in her 12th game. She did play briefly against Augustana, when she only gave up a hit and was briefly pulled. So Katie Patton is back up to bat. She singled in the third, walked in the first, flew out in the fifth. Vikings have a 6-run lead over the Thunder here on Wheaton's senior day. As Patton sprays it foul. Here's the 1-1 off speed. And it's a called strike on a full Patton right there.
That was a nice pitch, and we heard some folks behind us going, ooh.
Iris Jones, sophomore on Monument, Colorado. Also comes in relief, swing and miss for strike 3, and the third out of the 6th inning.
Now batting for Wheaton, number 4, McKenna Malika.
Be McKenna Malika to lead it off here in the bottom of the 6th. Potentially the second to last half inning. Wheaton has to put up some runs. Popped up and caught. To retire Malika is Catherine Keene.
Now batting for Wheaton, number 3, Bella Giles. I'm a fireball.
Giles so far walked in the second, lying down in the third. Currently has 13 hits on the season. The 0-1. Thunder, after this game, have 2 more doubleheaders. They have a date at Olivet and a date at Milliken. So this is the final 2 home games for Wheaton. As Giles falls to 0-2.
Giles putting up a nice battle, but she is getting under the ball, which is why all the balls are flying kind of out towards us. So if she can just square one up, she might have a decent shot at a hit.
Giles, is that fair or foul? We're going to rule that it is fouled after a somewhat long pause.
Yeah, just didn't quite go over the bag in fair territory. Tough for Giles. She probably would have had a double right there.
Still the 0-2. That is right to third base and batter, and the throw over to first is in time to Catherine King for out number 2. Wheaton's going to get a pinch hitter into the game. That is Natalie McCagran.
Pitching for week number 20, Natalie McCagran.
Playing in her 18th game. She's 8 for 19 at the plate, batting .421. 2 for 3 and 2 RBIs against Rockford in game 2. McCagran, good swing, but it is sent right to center field. And Calzalo, rather, Sapolu has the catch for out number 3. Raquel Hare has us leading off in the top of the 7th. North Park leading at 7-1 right now. North Park's first run of the afternoon came when Miabella Gonzalo had an RBI triple. And then cannot forget about Raquel Hare, who also had an RBI single in that inning. Wheaton's only run came in the 2nd inning via loaded bases situation and then a walk. Allowed Bella Giles to score from 3rd base. Here's the 1-1. Someone off speed makes it 2-1. Iris Jones did get the win against Wisconsin Lutheran, went about one-third innings. Gave up a hit and a run. Did strike out a batter. Good count for Hare. It's at 3-1. The 3-1. And Hare gets the walk.
Now batting for North Park, Catherine King.
Here's Catherine King. As Hartnett picks it up, the throw to second. Rockness to first. And it looks like Keene is safe over at first.
Now batting number 23, Sydney Snyder.
It's now Sydney Snyder to hit, still looking for her first base hit of the afternoon, has grounded out in her 2 last at-bat appearances in the 3rd and the 5th, and then flew out in the 2nd. 1-0 count. With 1 away, Keene at first. Snyder patient, works her way, it's 2-0. For North Park after this contest, this doubleheader specifically, they'll host Augustana tomorrow for their final home game of the regular season, and then they'll be on the road to take on Milliken on May 3rd. And North Park is a game back of 6th place. Elmer's hanging on to the final CCIW tournament bid. As a reminder, the top 6 teams get in. Illinois was the only team that has clinched a CCIW tournament bid. There's the first strike for Iris Jones. Milliken is 6-2 in 2nd place. Augustana with a sweep over Wheaton. They're 6-4 in conference play in 3rd place. Carthage, 4th place, 8-6. North Central in 5th with a 6-6 conference record, and then Elmhurst is there at a 5-7 conference record themselves. And in North Park, Carroll, and Wheaton are the first 3 teams out. 3-2 count. Snyder flares it into center field. Keene is over at 2nd base. So 2 runners are on with 1 out. Now Chloe Bader is going to bat. Got on to first base off of error in the 6th. The 2-0. Becomes 3-0, a wild pitch. Keene advances to third base. Snyder scoots on forward to second. Now both runners are in scoring position. North Park can really break this open, make it hard for the Thunder in their final half inning.
Yeah, and Milliken is currently down 7-3 in the top of the 6th against North Central. So if North Park hang on to win this game, this will be huge for them as they try and fight for that number 6 seed in the CCIW standings.
Especially if North Park can pull off the sweep right here. That's 2 additional wins. You're tied with North Central, assuming if North Central loses, but North Central gets their sweep, they'll get to 8 wins. North Park gets to 6 wins themselves, they'll overtake Elmhurst. As North Park able to force the walk, so Bader is on at first base, and we have a loaded bases situation. North Park has been almost flawless offensively, 12 hits through nearly 7 innings of play, and 6 RBIs to go along with it. Both teams have left 7 base runners on the bags. The Vikings taking advantage of most of their opportunities. Meanwhile, their defense has been excellent, holding Wheaton to 3 hits. Give credit to both Raquel Hare as well as Adrian Pepes for just being great inside the circle. So it's now Eden Baker, who has basically gone on every single time. 3 hits and then got on into 6 of a fielder's choice. 1-0 count for her. North Park leading by 6. Off speed, Baker doesn't flinch. It's 1-1 though. Baker slaps it right center field. Keene scores. Snyder wants to score. North Park has a chance to empty the bases as Bader scores. It's a 3 RBI triple and a chance for an inside the park home run. Eden Baker, what a star. She's done it again. The Vikings clear out everyone and empty the bases.
We mentioned earlier that Baker has never made first team all CCIW, and I think this year might be the year, as she has just shown today why she's so good. I think that'll probably be a triple with an error, but still. A double, a single, a triple, I mean, 2 stolen bases. That is what you want out of your leadoff hitter. And she's done a great job and set the table for North Park to take the 11-1 lead.
The Thunder are looking to make a pitching change as Dylan Watson will enter the circle. A bit strange though that Baker was able to get the inside the park home run. As the North Park Vikings lead 11-1 in this one. We're back here from Ruth Leedy Field. Eden Baker just had an incredible play, was able to clear off everyone. Not sure if you can call that a grand slam per se.
No, I would call that a bases clearing triple, and then the error on Giles perhaps allowed Baker to score. But still, I mean, a bases clearing whatever is always going to be great. Doesn't sound maybe as cool as a grand slam, but bases clearing, double, triple, single. That's what you need to do if you're a batter.
That's why I considered it strange before we went to break. Because honestly, if the play was made by Wheaton, it just would have been, as you said, a triple, a 3 RBI triple. So nonetheless, it's 11-1, 2-0 count for Sapolu, who's currently batting. RBI double in the 6th. In fact, for Sapolu, 2 RBI doubles, one occurring in the 6th, another one occurring in the 2nd.
Yeah, I think if you're Dylan Watson, you are going to be ignoring the scoreboard right now and just knowing that you need to get your team out. You have 1 out on the board for your team, and you need to get the next 2 and just focus on that.
Pitch in there for strike 2. It's a 2-2 count. As you might have guessed, this is a doubleheader, so both of these squads will be playing in approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. North Park would love these 2 wins to get back in the CCIW race, a game back of Elmhurst, who's currently holding on to the final spot. North Park, 7th place. Watson did pitch against Augustana in Game 2 against the Vikings, went about 1 inning and gave up 2 hits. He's going to remain foul. The battle between Watson and Sapolu continues. Two count. Sapolu, light contact, tap to hard it, fires to first base, and Shyla Dozeman wheels it in for out number 2.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 4, Kayla Lorenz.
Lorenz is batting. She's responsible for 2 RBIs in this game, an RBI single in the 2nd, RBI double in the 4th. Lined out in her last at-bat in the 6th. One. Good eye by Lorenz. It's 2-1. Lorenz fouls it off for a bat, even up at 2-2. Two counts at the knees. We're loaded up at 3-2.
Watson tried the off speed, but was unable to get that ball high enough to go near the strike zone, and that one hit the dirt instead.
Lorenz spikes it the North Park dugout. Three-two. The inning will be kept alive. Lorenz will walk. Looks like Mirabella Gonzalo is back out. Lazo, RBI single in the 6th, along with an RBI triple in the 1st to give North Park their first run of the afternoon. As a team, North Park 13 hits in this contest. They have 9 RBIs. Lorenz is currently at second base. I thought it was a foul ball.
I thought I heard something, but that might have just been the ball tipping off of Figueroa's glove.
So that's why Gonzalo was able to steal second base with ease. 1-2. Down at the knees for ball 2. It's now 2-2. Watson is going to be fouled. Katie Patton currently in the on-deck circle. Awaiting Collazo. We'll see if this inning continues. With 1 on and 2 out, 2-2 count. Watson, swing and a miss. Strike 3 there. So Wheaton gets out of the inning, but they give up 4 runs. It's a 10-run lead for North Park, head into the bottom of the 7th. North Park leads this one 11-1 in the potentially final half inning.
Leading off for number 1,
Great
Gracie
offense,
Rockness.
great defense from the Vikings. It's been an all-around showing. As Pappas is still out there in the circle. We just got word that the Wheaton women's tennis team defeated North Central in the CCIW Tournament Championship match. To claim the CCIW title, they'll be headed to the NCAA tournament.
Shout out women's tennis. I know a couple of tennis players. And then you also played tennis in high school, right?
I did play tennis. One-two count for Gracie Rockness. And is grounded out in the second and the fourth. Rockness gets past first base in the hands of Catherine Keene, so it's going to be a base hit.
Now batting for number 5, Ava Hartnett.
So Hartnett back up to bat, flew out in the fourth. Singled in the first and walked in the second, though. Pitch just gets inside for strike one. It's 1-1 count. That's chopped. And the plate over to second base. And it looks like it is made. So Rockness out on second, Hartnett at first.
Now batting for Wheaton, number 11, Kennedy Kemp.
And Stephanie, what are some things that Wheaton can do to adjust in game two?
I think they have done a good job of putting base runners on. Of course, I think we've mentioned this before, that trying to get runners that last 60 feet between third and home has been the challenge for them these past couple of games. So I think just manufacturing runs somehow. Nice throwback from Patton, trying to get Hartnett. She actually leads the CCIW in caught stealing. She's thrown out 13 runners so far. But yeah, I think if you're Wheaton.
As Kennedy Kemp strikes out looking, so that will bring Wheaton down to their final out of the game.
I think you can be, excuse me,
Number 7, Shyla Dozman.
with the exception of that one strikeout, Wheaton, wasn't expanding the strike zone and was very patient. They had those walks in the second inning where they got their only run of the game so far. So I think if they can remain patient, which they've been doing all season, and then just look for some hits. Unfortunately, I feel like today they just weren't able to get a lot of solid base hits. The only one I can think of was Mia Reinhardt's hit in the fifth inning.
Dozman makes contact. Throw from
What
Lorenz
a
to
throw.
first base is in time. Catch made by Catherine Keene to end this Game 1 contest. North Park dominates 11-1. Stephanie, any final thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, obviously just a very comprehensive win by North Park, just getting it done offensively and defensively. But yeah, I think if you're Wheaton, you just regroup. You say that happened, we did lose, but we're going to try and win this last game at home for the 2026 season. And I think if they can limit their errors, those errors didn't help. They added a couple extra runs on the board. You might have a better chance at winning this next one.
Again, game 2 will start in approximately 25 to 30 minutes. You can stay on the stream alongside Stephanie Kishi. I'm Aiden Kong, signing off for now on the CCIW Network. Welcome back to the start of Game 2 of our doubleheader between the North Park Vikings and the Wheaton Thunder. North Park took Game 1 11-1 in dominant fashion, looking for the sweep. For North Park, important games to stay alive in the CCIW tournament entering this afternoon. Their game back of Elmhurst for the 6th and final spot. It will be Dylan Watson who will be getting the start for Wheaton. Eden Baker leading things off per usual. 4 for 5 and 3 RBIs in Game 1 for Baker. She was pivotal. Basically scored an inside the park home run to clear a loaded bases situation as well. Figueroa a little bit shaken up after that pitch.
Yeah, that went off of her arm. I think directly off of her arm. As catchers, you tend to get banged up back there from foul tips, wild pitches, all of those things. So, fortunately, just coming in at this point, and it's Figueroa's last home game too.
Just hope that she is okay. Had a chance to talk to her dad pregame. Just a great person is Figueroa. Plans to be attending some graduate school abroad in Scotland, University of Edinburgh. Looks like she's okay. So it's going to be an 0-2 count for Eden Baker. Baker slaps it into the dugout. Count remains 0-2. North Park, 13 hits in Game 1. Offensively could have done essentially whatever they wanted. High pitch for ball 1. Had 9 RBIs as well did North Park compared to Wheaton, who only had 1. Recall Hare and Papez just excellent pitching. As Baker stays alive.
Yeah, I think the mindset Watson should be coming into today after a pretty tough loss in the first game is just to attack hitters, which he's doing right now. This is Baker's probably longest at bat we've seen all day from her.
Baker slices but fouled off. Remains 1-2.
But yeah, if Watson could limit walks and just attack hitters, she might have a successful day today.
Freshman out of Castle Rock, Colorado. Went to Valor Christian High School. Played briefly against Augustana. Went about an inning and gave up 2 hits in that contest. The 1-2. Baker slaps it down the third base line. And it's fouled. It's 1-2 count. Baker continues to make contact. First at bat, a battle between Watson and Baker.
Yeah, and I think if you're Wheaton, you are going to really appreciate this, no matter what happens in the outcome at this at bat. Baker has not needed to spend this much time in the batter's box, often seeing just 2 to 3, maybe 4 pitches, as she's seen a lot more right now. And Dylan Watson is doing a great job of throwing the ball in the zone, and Baker just hasn't been able to put it in play.
It's a 2-2 count. As Baker was previously at 0-2, she's drawn 3 balls. And the many pitches Watson has thrown to load it up at 3-2. Payoff pitch as Baker draws the walk to first base.
Tough battle for Watson. If you noticed, all of the balls that she threw were pretty low. So obviously not trying to let Baker have anything in the strike zone or elevated, but unfortunately, I mean, Baker's just such a good hitter that she just didn't chase.
11 pitch battle turns to a walk. Bunt attempt by Serpolu, and the throw over to first base is in time for out number 1. Meanwhile, Baker gets over to second base. Now Kayla Lorenz will be batting. 1 for 4 and an RBI for Lorenz in game 1. Also had a walk. As we said in game 1, 115 RBIs entering this afternoon. The most career RBIs in North Park history, surpassing her coach, Coach Anderson, who had 111. 1-0 count. Tied inside for strike 1. One pitch by Watson. Weak contact. Watson throws it to first, and it's in time to Shyla Dozeman as Baker scuffles on to third base.
Watson's had to field her position early on and has done a great job so far.
The batting for the Vikings, number 16, Mia Colazo.
Colazo to hit for North Park, 2 for 5 and 2 RBIs in game 1 for the freshman out of Chicago, Illinois. Colazo into right center field, left center field, and it's going to be an RBI single. So North Park draws the first run of game 2. Now it's Katie Patton to hit, and she crushes it into left field, and the catch cannot be made by Mia Reinhardt. Colazo is able to come and score with ease, and it's going to be an RBI triple for Katie Patton.
Really nice piece of hitting by Patton. She took a high pitch and just a bit of an inside-out swing and sliced that the other way. Tough play. Reinhardt almost had it, but I think North Park is continuing just very solid hitting. They're hitting the ball very hard, very solid hits, and they're just finding the gaps where Wheaton players aren't.
So Raquel Hare is at the plate for North Park, up 2-0 with 2 outs. Hare 1 for 3 and an RBI in game 1 against Wheaton. Same spot, back to left field. It's going to be an RBI single for Raquel Hare, and it is 3-0 North Park leads.
Just was able to pull that one down the line. Reinhardt is playing pretty far off the line. And I think we're going to have an early meeting on the mound just to calm things down. You do have 2 outs, so you just need 1 more to end the inning without any more damage.
North Park being led by Coach Anderson, who is currently in her 12th season with the Vikings. A team that has seen some success, CCIW tournament appearances, 2023 and 2024, first time in program history. They went back-to-back into the CCIW tournaments. As North Park looks to make it 3 out of the last 4. As Coach Anderson played for North Park, graduated in 2012, 169 career hits for her and 111 career RBIs. Again, she was once first in career RBIs before being overtaken by Kayla Lorenz, but still the all-time leader in career hits with 169, as I said before. 0-1 count for Catherine Keene. 1 for 4 in game 1. Pitch at the knees, and a steal attempt by Raquel Hare, who will slide over to second base.
Figueroa did a good job of blocking that ball, but just lost that in the dirt, and Hare was able to take advantage of that.
Keene with the 2-1 count, swings and misses for strike 2. Here's the 2-2 pitch, fouls it off for bats.
Hit off of the top of the backstop and landed next to some fans. That doesn't happen too much.
One on with 2 outs. As Keene fouls it near the same spots. Here's the 2-2, off speed a bit. It's down at the knees. The count is 3 balls and 2 strikes. It gets into left field. Hare trying to go all the way, and she scores. As it's going to be an RBI double for Catherine Keene. North Park is up 4-0.
The batter for the Vikings, number 23, Sydney Snyder.
Sydney Snyder 1 for 4 in game 1 against Wheaton. Vikings Very poised despite 2 outs on the board.
Scored 3 out of their 4 runs with 2 outs. Actually, no, excuse me. They scored, I believe they scored all of their runs with 2 outs.
Snyder with an 0-1 count, makes contact, and it will safe fair. Catherine King circling around third. The Vikings, they lead 5-0 as Sydney Snyder advances onto second base. Another RBI double for North Park.
You know, sometimes the ball just doesn't quite bounce your way, and I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now. That ball was just lifted just over the head of Bella Giles and just falling into space where nobody is, and you can't do much with that. I think if you're Wheaton right now, you still have those 2 outs, and you just need to focus on attacking the next batter if you're the pitcher, or you know, if you're playing defense, just knowing exactly where you're going to go and what you're going to do.
Thunder going to make a pitching change. Kennedy Kemp is going to be taking the place of Dylan Watson. As we said, the Thunder making a pitching change. Chloe Bader is batting for North Park, looking to extend this inning and put up even more runs. Bader 0 for 3 and a walk in game 1 against Wheaton. Vikings with 5 hits here in the top of the first to go along with their 5 runs. Kemp dishes, lifted, center field. It will fall. Snyder will remain over at third, while Chloe Bader takes first base. Runners at the corners with 2 outs.
Yep, and North Park just batted around, so the dangerous Eden Baker is up for her 2nd appearance in just this first inning.
For the Vikings, number 3, Eden Baker.
So Kennedy Kemp pitching in her 13th game. She's gone about 13 innings worth, mostly in relief. ERA of 5.38, was credited for the win against Maranatha Baptist a while back. She went 3 innings and had 5 strikeouts against the Seaver Cats. Baker slaps it into center field. 1 runner will score, and Sydney Snyder, an RBI single for Eden Baker. Now it's Kayla Supolu who bunted for her first time up. She was 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs in game 1. The Vikings have been extremely opportunistic despite the 2 outs.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about a 2-out rally, might be one of the best 2-out rallies you could dream of. You put 6 runs on the board with just as many hits. Wheaton's going to have to remain focused here, mentally tough here, just to remain in the game, to not think about the runs, but to think about getting that last out and picking each other up.
It's a 3-0 count for Sapolu. There's the first strike in the battle. Sapolu played in 19 games a season ago, 12 hits, batting .222 and slugging .259. It's a 3-1 count for Kennedy Kemp. Sapolu fouls that one off her bat, loaded up at 3-2. Kemp, Sapolu lifted into left field, and it will fall as another base hit. Chloe Bader will score, as well as Eden Baker, who turns around third. Vikings add 2 runs, and they're up 8-0.
Yeah, just a tough outing for Kemp. Obviously not able to get that elusive third out, as we are gonna get another pitcher in the game.
Vikings with 8 hits and 8 runs to speak of. 2 doubles and a triple in just 1 inning of play. It looks like Shyla Dozeman will be returning to the circle after she started in game 1. Vikings with 2 outs have put up 8 runs
Now pitching for Wheaton, number 7,
as
Shyla
they
Dozeman.
force the 3rd pitcher in the first
Now
inning to
first
come
baseman,
out.
Number 25, Tori Barber.
Shyla Dozeman re-enters the circle.
Now batting for North Park, number 16, Mia Colazzo.
Went 5 2/3 innings. Gave up 11 hits and 5 earned runs did Dozeman. So struck out a batter and walked 1. Lorenz, that hits Figueroa.
Taking a beating this inning, Figueroa has. It's been a long inning, to be fair, but ball, I think ball off the arm or chest, and then now the ball off the helmet. I was talking with Shyla Dozeman's mom in between these this double header, and she was mentioning how Dozeman pitched in high school, as you can imagine, and that her softball team struggled immensely, like losing 18-0 and just getting blown up by teams who would end up winning state. And so Dozeman is no stranger to being down, but still pitching through adversity, which I think is going to greatly help this Wheaton team.
Wheaton finally gets the 3rd out. Gracie Rockness skied high for the catch. Vikings, though, score the first 8 runs. They're up 8-0 heading to the bottom of the first. Adrian Papez will begin the start for North Park after she came in relief of Raquel Hare. Papez actually got the win. 5 innings worth of pitching. Allowed 2 hits and struck out 1. Ava Hartnett to lead things off for the Thunder in the bottom of the first. Hartnett 1 for 3 and a walk in game 1. Finally, first strike for Papez. Barnett patient. The count is 3-1. Here's Hartnett who draws the walk. That's 24 walks entering this afternoon. Nori King, who will appear for the first time, did not play in game 1.
Play for the Thunder, number 17, Nori King.
King batting .256. Got 1 hit against Augustine in game 1. Was 0 for 2 in game 2.
Very early meeting on the mound between Patton and Papez. Perhaps not maybe quite hitting the spots that Patton wants her to hit. So just a quick early reset for North Park.
Here's the 1-0. Kang makes contact heading into the Wheaton dugout, and she fouls it. The 1-1. Another foul ball. As we said before, Wheaton, a relatively young team, playing a lot of freshmen. Hartnett, Nori King, Dylan Watson as well. Maya Daniels had gotten some playing time as that one crushed into center field, but it's caught by Kayla Supolu for out number 1. Hartnett racing back over to first base. She's in time.
And then Bella Giles and Michaela Malika Malaka and Natalie McKagren are all
Now
freshmen.
batting for Wheaton, number 20, Natalie McKagren.
McCagren 0 for 1 against North Park in game 1. That one gets up to center field. Chance at a double play, but the throw to first base is wide. So Hartnett is out on second. McCagren safe at first.
Now batting number 18, Mia Reinhardt.
Mia Reinhardt ahead, 1 for 2 and a walk in game 1 for her. Vikings put up the first 8 runs of the inning. Reinhardt back to the pitcher, and Papis, who throws it over to first base, and that will end the inning. Vikings, they're up 8-0 headed to the top of the second. Welcome back to Ruth Leedy Field, game 2 of our doubleheader, North Park and Wheaton. The Vikings in control, just like they were in game 1, looking for the sweep. These games are critical in terms of the Vikings' perspective, trying to stay alive in the CCIW tournament race. This is Coach Anderson looking to make 3 out of 4 appearances in the CCIW tournament in the last 4 years. Colazzo is batting. Just had an RBI single in the first inning. 1-0 count for her. Slice into left field, and it will be fair. Colazzo will be headed over to second base, so leadoff double for her.
That ball had a ton of spin on that. Was able just to poke it into a space where nobody was, and it squirted toward the tarps over there in the left, or excuse me, well, yeah, left field, third baseline, same thing.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 21, Katie Patton.
It's Patton who's batting. RBI triple in the first. With the leadoff runner at second base, North Park has already recorded 9 hits. And we're still at 2 innings of play. Patton last year, 37 games she played in, had 20 hits on the season. Batted .230, slugged .437. This year she's batting .308 with 28 hits. 2-0 count with Dozman in the circle. Contact, and that one is into center field. One runner's gonna score as the Vikings are up 9-0 in the top of the second. Back-to-back RBI base hits for Katie Patton.
Now batting for the Vikings, the designated player, Raquel Hare.
Raquel Hare blasted right center field. Nonetheless, it's caught by McKenna Malika for out number 1.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 7, Catherine Keene.
Figueroa trying to frame some pitches back there to help Dozeman out, but unfortunately has not been able to get any of the calls.
The 1-0 is at the knees. As Katie Patton will stay over at first base, 2-0 count. For Keene, she played in 38 games a season ago. Batted .327, slugged .464, 2-0 pitch. Stays outside the strike zone, the count is 3-0. Keene playing in her 145th game in a North Park uniform. Shyla Dozeman gets the K there. It's 3-1. A swing and a miss. Loaded up at 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch. It's low and away for ball 4. So Catherine Keene will scoot on over to first base. 2 on with 1 out. The Vikings leading 9-0.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 23, Sydney Snyder.
Snyder with a wild pitch. Patton advances to third. And Keene hops on over to second. Oh no, swing and a miss for Sydney Snyder. One gets inside for strike 2. Here's the 1-2. Caught looking for strike 3 is Sydney Snyder.
Pitch at the knees. It's a big out for Dozeman.
Now batting for North Park, number 13, Chloe Bader.
Bader singled her first time up in the first. She pops this one up into the crowd. Falls behind 0-2.
A defensive swing by Bader. It's that off speed. Almost tied her up.
The 0-2 for Shyla Dozeman and Chloe Bader. As Chloe will stay alive, 1-2. Katie Patton over at third base. Keene at second with 2 outs.
This is a long foul ball that went straight to the fence near the football field and directly into the street. We don't get a ton that hit directly into the street.
Bader, a pop-up, and it's going to be hauled in for the third out by Tori Barber. Vikings get one run. They're up 9-0 heading to the bottom of the second. Shyla Dozeman will be batting first to begin the bottom of the second inning. 9-0 North Park on top. They scored their first 8 runs in the first before adding an additional in the second. Brian Pappas still in the circle for North Park. As we said, she was credited for the win in game 1.
Leading off the Wheaton half of the second
Coming in
inning,
relief
number 7, Shyla Dozeman.
of Raquel Hare. Dozeman, good swing. Right field, but caught. Coming back to make the catch was Sydney Snyder.
Soldier boy, tell me the dance flow silly. The ladies gon' feel me. The fellas in the back and they twisting up a belly.
Now batting for Wheaton, number 13, Livy Figueroa.
Figueroa down at the knees for ball 1. For 2 against North Park in game 1. Here's the 1-1. Taken high for ball 2. Figueroa, good battle for her. Now 3-1. As Figueroa will get the walk. Only her 8th walk of the season. Now it's Bella Giles who will be hitting for Wheaton, barring a change. It looks like the Thunder are going to bring on a pinch runner. It'll be McKenna Marshall taking the place of Livy Figueroa.
Freshman for a senior.
Returning first base for Wheaton, number 6, McKenna Marshall. Now batting for the Thunder, number 3, Bella Giles.
Giles walked in game 1 against the Vikings. Other than that, she was 0 for 2 at the plate. Freshman of San Jose, California, batting .260 on the season with 13 hits.
And last game in the second inning was when Wheaton was able to load the bases through walks.
Throw on the second, made in time, so Marshall is retired for the second out.
Nobody for week number 4, McKenna Malika.
Malika will bat with 2 outs, 1 for 3 against the Vikings in game 1. Batting .217 on the season. Pap is coming in this game with a 2.99 ERA. Just picked up her 5th win of the season. A 2-0. Fastball. The check on first base. The runner, Giles, is safe.
Nice throw by Patton.
2-1. As Malika swings and misses, it's now 2-2.
You don't see a lot, if any, catchers who are left-handed, but both Augie and North Park have one. So to make it to I think honestly to make it to any college level and be a left-handed catcher is quite impressive.
Why is that?
Because most batters are right-handed. So if Giles were to steal second. Ooh, nice hit.
Malika hoping to provide the spark. That's now 2 runs with 2 outs. As that's also the first hit by Wheaton.
Regardless, if the right-handed batter is standing in the batter's box and someone is trying to steal second or third, as a left-handed catcher, you have to be able basically to throw past the batter, and often the batter will just stand in the batter's box as is their right. And so that's probably, I'd say that's the main reason why. But as mentioned last game, Patton leads the CCIW in caught stealing. She's thrown out 13 runners. So she obviously knows what she's doing back there.
And you can see why. It seems like she has a rocket of an arm to make it to second base, as well as to first. 1-1. Infield pop-up. Patton, great concentration by her. Gets the third out. So promise for Wheaton. They cannot score any runs. It's still 9-0 in favor of North Park. We're at the top of the third inning from Ruth Leedy Field, game 2 of our doubleheader. North Park took game 1 11-1 in pretty efficient fashion. Similar script in game 2. They're up 9-0 as they put up 8 runs in the first and 1 run in the second. As Eden Baker will make her 3rd at-bat appearance. Smoked into center field at the warning track, but caught by McKenna Malika.
Figueroa is having issues with her helmet again. She had issues yesterday. They got a little ribbing from the coaches asking what she's doing with her helmet, but she's got the new one on, donning a white helmet instead of black.
Kayla Sapolu is back up to bat for North Park. Sacrifice bunt, their first at-bat appearance, and then had a 2 RBI double also in the first inning, her second at-bat appearance. North Park, as we said, they're a game back of Elmhurst for that 6th and final spot in the CCIW tournament. That's in there for strike one. But Coach Anderson trying to lead her squad to 3 CCIW tournament appearances in the last 4 years. Sliced up into right field. And it looks like it's going to be a base hit. And Sapolu's still running, and she will stop over at second base.
Yeah, that sun is pretty brutal. I'm looking at it right now, and it's basically staring directly into Nori Kang's eyes, anyone on the right side of the diamond. And so she just unfortunately lost that one in the sun. And, you know, when you play sports outside, I think sometimes you just can't do anything against Mother Nature, and unfortunately Kang was just unable to corral that one, and it fell for a double.
So it's not a base hit, they'll actually give the error on Kang. As Kayla Lorenz is up to bat, she's still looking for her first hit. Rounded out her first at-bat appearance, and popped up in her second. Lorenz, another sky high, this time to center field. Nice grab by Malika.
Number 16, Mia Colazzo.
Colazzo just had that RBI single in the first and doubled in the second. Colazzo a little bit shaken up as that did foul off of her. The 0-1. Just outside, 4-1. Sapolu currently at second base. Off the fielding error. 1-1 count. Colazzo makes contact, and it's fouled. Dozman, the third pitcher used by Wheaton. She started in game 1 and started in game 1 and 2 against Augustana. As that is lifted into right field, Kane comes up with the catch for out number 3. So now the bottom of the third, with Ava Hartnett leading things off. Hartnett walked back in the first inning as Abraham Papis continues to do her due diligence in the circle. She's gone 2 innings, has given up 1 hit and walked 2 batters. First 3 pitches are balls. It's 3-0. Hartnett wanted to go to first, but they will call it a strike. (3-1). Sliced up into center field and caught by Kayla Supolu.
Number 17, Nori Kang.
Now it's Nori Kang, lined out back in the first inning. And for Wheaton, they're probably not going to be making the CCIW tournament. It's going to be taking a miracle to have a chance, but what are some things that they can take into their next season?
I think they can take their patience into next season. Nice hit for Kang. Because they are leading the CCIW in walks. Unfortunately, we've mentioned this time and time again that these walks haven't quite translated into runs. But I think when you walk over 130 times in a season, leading into CCIW in walks, you're doing something right. You're being patient. You're getting base runners on, and I think once those runs or those runners can be turned into runs, that would give you a chance to win some games.
McCagran was just thrown out at first base after she grounded out. Now it's Soleil Weaver with Kang at second base.
I think obviously losing Shyla Dozman after she graduates in a couple of weeks, you still have a very young pitching staff who has pitched through some adversity this season. Dylan Watson started this game and fortunately gave up 5 or 6 of maybe 6 out of those 9 runs.
Number 2, Soleil Weaver.
And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of things that you can build on just having experience of playing college softball.
So Soleil Weaver will be pinch hitting for Mia Reinhardt. As Weaver 0 for 1 in a walk in game 1 against North Park. 4 hits on the season for the sophomore out of Michigan. Batting 182 on the season, 2-0 count for her. Weaver, that hits the pitcher. Still the throw to first base is true for Lorenz, who fired it over to Catherine Keene for the 3rd out. So the first pitch is fouled for Katie Patton. We are in the top of the 4th inning. North Park leading 9-0, doing most of their damage in the first inning when they put up 8 runs. As Katie Patton coming off of back-to-back RBI triples and singles respectively.
The wind is kind of everywhere. If I'm looking at the American flag right over the scoreboard, and it's been flying right. It's been flying into the field, and it's even been flying left.
Patton, pop up into right center field, and the catch made by Gracie Rockness. But how does the wind play a factor when you're playing softball, if I may ask?
Yeah, I think if it's strong enough wind, if you hit a ball into the air, it might just hang there, meaning you can catch it easier if you're playing defense. If it's strong enough, though, sometimes if you hit it like into the wind, not against it, but into the wind, balls can be flying out of the field for home runs. So this wind, I think, is just more confusing wind, which will also just make it harder for fielders, just especially if the ball is in that air and it's hit more in a parabolic, is that the word? Like a parabola?
What are you trying to describe?
Like if you hit a ball more going up versus a line drive, it might be taken in the wind, and the wind might do.
No, you're right. It's a parabola.
A parabola. Don't worry, guys. I did take math. I just haven't taken math in college.
That will land into left field for Raquel Hare. Honestly, you took me back to algebra all the way to 8th grade when you said parabola.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was just trying to describe like the fact that it kind of arcs. I think it's accurate, but...
No, it is accurate. I agree with that term.
Appreciate it. I just don't know like what you would call a line drive, like mathematically speaking.
7, Catherine Keene.
Is it just like a lower parabola?
Trying to help you out.
You know what I'm trying to describe, right? Like if you pop a ball up, the parabola kind of goes up, but if it's more of a line drive, what type of...
A slope?
A slope? Okay, yes, there you go.
Dozeman almost makes the catch. Meanwhile, Hartnett over to first base, and it looks like Catherine King is out.
I mean, that's kind of sports, right? Sports are all just angles. That's why like baseball, you have those crazy stats like launch angle, and if you hit the ball at X degree, it's going to do this or that. Same for soccer and basketball. Basketball for sure is all about parabolas, isn't it?
Basically. I mean, you've never seen someone try to shoot a line drive. It's always trying to be lobbed up. By the way, on that last play, it was actually Gracie Rockness who made the play over to first base, not Ava Hartnett. The 0-1 and an infield pop-up. And it's Gracie Rockness with back-to-back great defensive stops. 9-0 though, North Park has the lead.
Leading off for the Thunder, number 7, Shyla Dozeman.
Charlotte Dozeman has a nice hit into right field, and she'll have a double. Wheaton starting to have a little bit more solid contact against North Park as they try to chip away at the lead, although at this point, with the 8-run rule coming into the 5th inning, they will have to score 2 runs to extend the game to 7.
One-0 count for Figueroa. Comes 2-0. For those who were here at the beginning of the game, Leedy Figueroa honored at Senior Day. Plans to be in Scotland, the University of Edinburgh.
That's got to be quite the change from Wheaton, Illinois.
2-1. And it hits the third base person, Bader, and she cannot make a play.
So yeah, Wheaton putting together some hard hits, which I think they struggled to do in the first game, and they've struggled so far here. But I mean, that was a really solid hit, and Bader was just unable to do anything with that. So sometimes when you just put balls in play, hard hit balls, you never know what happens.
Kate Welch.
So Kate Welch will be hitting, did not play against North Park in game 1. Playing her 25th game, batting .239 on the season, slugging .485. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's There's the first strike for Papers. Welch fouls that off. Her bat evened up at 2-2. Pappas on a 2-2. Fair foul be fouled. But it was looking really good from our vantage angle.
Yeah, if that one's straightened out, we're definitely getting some runs scored for Wheaton.
Welch stays alive. It's 2-2 still. Welch blasted up into left center field. Shyla Dozman circling around third. She'll come in and score. Runners at the corners. An RBI single for Kate Welch, and Wheaton is on the board.
Yeah, just really nice hitting by Welch. That is exactly why Coach Fazzari put her in, and she got the job done. Yeah, like I said, Wheaton just has been making some good contact this inning, which they just haven't done very much this game or the game before.
I think Wheaton wants to bring in Abby Whitehead, if I'm not mistaken. She will, looks like, go into the on-deck circle for Gracie Rockness. So it's still McKenna Malika. I thought Whitehead was going to come in for Malika. But that's not the case. So 2 on with nobody out. Malika just singled in the second inning. Pappas, that will be on the line, but fouled.
That was inches away from being fair down the line. The ball just slightly swerving left over the third base bag. This game is a game of inches, as they say.
The 0-2. Taken high for ball 1 for Malika. Malika stays in the infield, caught by Gonzalo for the first out. So Abby Whitehead will make her appearance. She is pinch hitting for Gracie Rockness. We were talking about this in our break, but you would have to assume, given how good of a season Abby Whitehead has had, that she's going to be named to an all-CCIW team, whether it be first team or second team.
Yeah, and she's just meant so much to this Wheaton lineup. We were also talking in that break that when she's struggled a bit, I mean, by her standards of struggling, at least, Wheaton's offense hasn't been as strong. She was a cog in their 8-game winning streak earlier on in this season.
Whitehead chooses to make contact on that. It's now 0-2. This season, she's batting .366 and slugging .518. Number slightly down from a season ago when she batted .380 and slugged .650. Whitehead into left field and caught. Chance at a sacrifice fly though, as the runner from third base, Livy Figueroa, will score and give Wheaton their second run.
Hey, she got the job done what she was asked to do and plate another run. Last game, Wheaton's only run came on a walk. And so even this inning with a couple of hits, sac flies, 2 outs now, but I think Wheaton is just showing a lot more life than they did last game.
Still a long way to go though for the Thunder. Pap is looking to close out the 4th inning, only allowing 2 runs. Hartnett popped up in the 3rd inning, walked in the 1st. Throw to first on to check the runner, and it looks like Welch is safe. 0-2 count. Hartnett stays alive, still 0-2. Hartnett blasted, and it stays in play for a base hit. The inning is kept alive by Ava Hartnett. As Coach Anderson looks like she wants to make a change. And I think we got ourselves another pitcher on for North Park. Wrigley Nolan will be coming into the game for her 7th appearance of the season. So Nori King will be batting with 2 outs. 2 runners are on, being Kate Welch at second and Ava Hartnett at first. As we said, Wrigley Nolan is in the ball game. She played briefly against U Chicago in Game 2. As she pitched 1 2/3 innings, gave up 4 hits, walked 2 batters, and had 2 earned runs against her name. ERA of 6.10. The 2-1 is going to become 3-1 as Pap is going 3 2/3 innings, giving up 5 hits, walking 2 batters and 1 earned run. 3-1, Kane contact, it's fouled, but so it's now 3-2. Kane smacked into left field and caught nicely by Baker for the 3rd out. Thunder get their first 2 runs. They trail by 7 against the North Park Vikings. Thunder had 3 hits in the 4th inning to bring in 2 runs. They were down by 7. Shyla Dozeman stays in the circle. Here is Chloe Bader. Singled in the first, popped up in the second. It skips right past Ava Hartnett, and a play cannot be made, so Bader is on at first base. It's now Eden Baker to bat. As we said in game 1, 4 for 5 and 3 RBIs. Baker's gonna bunt, shows off the turbo jets, and gets to first base. Meanwhile, play over to third base, and no one was covering third base at all. And because of that, Bader gets to third, uncontested.
You know, North Park actually doesn't steal as many bases as other teams do in the CCIW. I mean, they have been stealing quite a bit here against Wheaton, but they still are a very excellent base running team. It's small things like that when you notice that no one's covering third on a bunt, that you can just take third from first. It's all those little things that are huge.
Supolu blasted in the left field, and it goes over the head of Soleil Weaver. Bader will score uncontested, and here comes Eden Baker. The throw to the plate. Is she safe? She is not. Great play made by the Wheaton D, and Livy Figueroa getting the tag.
Strong throw from Weaver to Hartnett to Figueroa. We had something like that. Was it yesterday? Yes, sorry. There's been a lot of softball played this week that both of us have seen. But yes, we have seen some really nice plays by the Wheaton defense, even though they have had a couple of errors. And to get the speedy Eden Baker out at home and keep off another run, that's an excellent job by the defense.
Wild pitch. As the runner from second, Supolu advances to third base. So Vikings up 10-2. They're up by 8 runs. Here in the top, the 5th. Kayla Lorenz is batting. She is still looking for her first hit of game 2 after recording a hit in game 1 and recording an RBI as well. Lorenz driven left center field, and it will fall for a base hit. Supolu crosses home plate and adds on to the North Park lead. Lorenz, an RBI double.
Coming to the Vikings, 16, Mia Colazzo.
It's Mia Colazzo. She is 2 for 3 on the afternoon after being 2 for 5 and 2 RBIs in game 1. Colazzo fouls it off herself. 1-1. The 1-2 for Collazo. In the gap between right and center field. Kayla Lorenz racing towards home plate. Will score. That's 3 runs for North Park in the top of the 5th.
She read that off speed all the way and just roped that into right center.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 21, Katie Patton.
Now it's Katie Patton to hit. RBI triple in the first. RBI single the second. Popped up in the 4th. Absolutely smoked. Right center field. Back at the wall, and the catch cannot be made. Runners at second and third as the inning is kept alive by North Park.
Been a bit of a tough day for the Wheaton outfielders, dropping some balls that should have been caught. And I think that's just one thing that they can learn just as they continue to finish this season and then into next season, hopefully cutting down on some of those errors.
Kate Welch ropes it over to first base as the Vikings add an additional run. So it's 13-2, North Park with the lead.
I think it's especially challenging when you have a pitcher such as Shyla Dozeman, who is more of a contact pitcher, meaning she's not going to maybe strike out every single batter she sees, but she's relying on that contact, and you have to trust your defense, and unfortunately, Wheaton's defense has struggled at times for that challenge.
Catherine Keene on the 1-1. Fouls it off for bat. It's now 1-2 here in the top of the 5th. Down and away for ball 2. Two popped up.
You know, I'm half convinced every time that there's a foul ball behind us that it's not going to go over everyone's head, but it's actually just going to like stay in where like the stands are. But have you seen one that's really like stayed in the middle of the stands, or has it always gone over someone's head? Oh, that almost just I almost called it. Although it wasn't in the stands, it was a little bit to the right.
You've pretty much spoken to destiny.
Yeah, maybe I'll stop so that everyone here at Ruth Leedy Field can stay safe.
That's why they have the signs, caution. Watch out for flying softballs. 2-2, driven back in the same direction, but pulled in by Abby Whitehead for the 3rd out. Vikings, if they can get these next 3 outs, will win because of the run rule. They're up by 11. Natalie McCagran will lead things off in the bottom of the 5th, the final home game of the 2026 regular season for the Wheaton Thunder.
Now batting for Wheaton, number 20, Natalie McCagran.
As we said, North Park, they will have a game tomorrow, hosting Augustana, and then they're at Milliken on May 3rd to end the season. Only a game back of Elmhurst entering this afternoon for the final CCIW tournament spot. Although the only team that has clinched thus far is Illinois Wesleyan. 1-1 pitch. McCagran infield pop-up. Let's see who wants to come get it. And it'll be Kayla Lorenz who ends up with it.
Now batting for the Thunder, number 2, Soleil Weaver.
For Soleil Weaver lying down in the 3rd.
She hit her first career home run yesterday. And in case you missed that, not only did she hit her first home run to almost dead center field, we saw a giant inflatable banana emerge from the Wheaton dugout. And I want to see this inflatable banana again. So if maybe Soleil will hit another home run.
3-0 count for Soleil Weaver. As Weaver will get the walk instead.
Take the walk. I just want to see the inflatable banana at some point, Aiden. Anyone can hit a ball over the wall, and perhaps that inflatable banana will show up.
The back for Wheaton, number 7, Shyla
So Shyla
Dozman.
Dozman who will hit, doubled her last time out in the 4th. And she gets hit by the pitch. So 2 base runners are on for Wheaton. Figueroa will bat 2 home runs this season. That is 4 home runs in her Wheaton career.
Figueroa.
Cotton Wesley takes a timeout to talk through pitches with Nolan as she's thrown 6 consecutive, no, I can't do math. I think that's 7 consecutive balls.
The check on second base, Soleil Weaver safe. .30, that will hit her right near the knees. Figueroa will get the free pass to first. I believe North Park will be making the pitching change. It'll be Caitlin Meyer entering the game. Thunder in a prime opportunity. The bases are loaded with 1 out, and what could be their last inning of the 2026 regular season here at home, although they can extend it if they score enough runs. It's Kate Welch up to bat. Welch almost takes one near the legs as well, just like Figueroa did. But an RBI single for Kate Welch in the 4th inning. 1-0. There's the strike right there. Caitlin Meyer is in the game, appearing in her 17th contest, was credited for the loss against U Chicago, went 3 innings, gave up 2 hits and 2 earned runs. Sophomore out of Idaho. You know, the Vikings played in 14 games this season ago. ERA of 6.35. This season, 4.12. 2-1 counts. Off speed, and Welch has a 3-1 count.
Yep, I think Welch remains patient here. She does have a strike to play with. But if she sees something in that wheelhouse of hers, like that.
That's crushed in the left field. 1 runner will score. Another one also wants to come in and score. So Soleil Weaver and Shyla Dozeman add 2 more. It's a 2 RBI double for Kate Welch. The Thunder staying alive for now.
Number 4, McKenna Malika.
Now it's Malika to hit. Singled in the 2nd inning, popped up in the 4th. 2 runners are on. Livy Figueroa is at 3rd. Kate Welch, who just had the 2 RBI double, is at 2nd base. North Park still leads by 9, so if they can get these next 2 outs, they'll win off the run rule. As Malika fouls it off for bat.
Yeah, Welch doing exactly what Coach Pizzari hoped. She had that RBI single in the last inning and then an R2, like, oh my goodness, English. And she just had that double right now to score 2 runs.
3-1 count. Chances for the bases to be loaded yet again. As Malika gets the walk. As Abby Whitehead will enter the contest for the Thunder. Had a sacrifice fly, which brought in a run. Bases loaded with 1 out. Whitehead crushes it into left field. Livy Figueroa will come in and score. RBI single for Abby Whitehead. And the Thunder remain alive.
I feel like this has been a long time coming for Wheaton. They haven't scored a ton of runs since they played Rockford and they won 10-2. Although, how many runs did they score in that first game against Augie yesterday? Is it 6?
You're talking game 1?
Game 1, yes, sorry.
Just 1.
Oh, just 1. I evidently, yes, okay. But no, my point is this feels like it's been a long time coming. They had some walks this inning, hit by pitches, and they're taking advantage of it. They're remaining patient, and they're having some really nice, solid hits, which has been great to see as they have the bases loaded yet again with still just 1 out.
I mean, North Park scored the first 9 runs. And you think North Park's going to try to run rule Wheaton and get out of here with a game 2 sweep, but the Thunder's still alive. Now it's 13-5. And you never know if Wheaton can do more damage here in this inning. It might be closer than what was previously imagined of.
Yeah, and give some credit to this Wheaton team, starting off with Soleil Weaver, who took that walk, and just, even if you are down, just having that mentality of we're down but never out of it until that last out of whatever inning, whether it be the 5th for the run rule or the 7th for a full length game.
The 2-1, Hartnett with some contact into center field, but it is caught for out number 2 by Sapolu. The throw back over to second base is not in time, as Kate Welch scores from third base off the sacrifice fly.
The back for Wheaton, number 17, Nori Kang.
So Thunder down by 7 runs. Nori Kang with 2 on and 2 out. Kang had a single in the 3rd inning. She is 1 for 3. Here's the 1-1, taken at the knees for ball 2. Kang, good battle. It's now 3-1. Lifted into left field, but caught for out number 3 by Eden Baker. Thunder putting up a fight here as they scored 4 runs in the 5th inning to only be down by 7. That is sliced, but stays in field and caught by Nori Kang. That was Sydney Snyder at bat.
Number 13, Chloe Bader.
Now Chloe Bader's gonna hit. Got on a base off an error in the 5th, and then she singled in the 1st. Bader smokes it into center field, so she'll get the single herself. 1 on with 1 out. North Park has 16 hits in the contest, Wheaton with 7. Which includes 5 doubles for the Vikings.
Now batting number 3, Eden Baker.
And 13 RBIs where all the runs have come from. Bunt attempt by Eden Baker. Three for 4 this afternoon. Oh, 1. Slice back near North Park's side, but it hits the roof. It's a 1-2 count for Eden Baker. Crushes it into center field, and it cannot be caught. So Chloe Bader, who was looking at the ball, will get over to second base, and Baker has a single.
The batter for the Vikings, number 24, Kayla Sapalu.
Wheaton is hoping that their momentum, answering back with 4 runs after North Park scored 4 runs on them, to just try and keep this differential at 7.
The wild pitch will result in the runners advancing to second and third, respectively. Bader at third, Baker at second. It's popped up but out of play. The 1-1 into left field. It's going to be caught. Chance at a sacrifice fly, though, as Chloe Bader hustles and is safe. So 14-6, it's an 8-run lead for North Park. Kayla Lorenz to bat, just had an RBI double, the 5th. Lorenzo goes down 0-2.
Do's been doing a good job of working both sides of the plate, a little bit outside, a little bit inside. Trying to keep Lorenz on her toes.
So far, Shyla Dozman has pitched 5 innings worth in the circle, giving up 9 hits, 4 earned runs, but we not out of it just yet. As offensively, they picked up the slack. It's 2-2.
The fans in Figueroa wanted that call. Unfortunately, did not get it.
Baker at third base.
Dozman's off speed has been not in the zone, and Lorenz has not made it easy by not expanding the zone.
Loaded up at 3-2. Here's the pitch. And that gets past Nori K. An RBI single for Kayla Rez.
Yeah, just a tough battle for Dozeman to lose on that one. Once again, we mentioned she's a contact pitcher, and it's not an error in the books, but I think Kang would wish that she had that one back. The ball just simply went under her glove. And yeah, I think those are those plays where you just got to shake them off, but know that those are the balls that you definitely can get to.
So 2 outs. Mia Bell Cozalo is back in. RBI single in both the first and the 5th inning. Cozalo smacks it right field and caught by Abby Whitehead for out number 3. Vikings have 2 runs, a chance to finish things off in the bottom of the 6th. So we are in the bottom of the 6th inning as Wrigley Nolan
Leading off for Wheaton, number 20, Natalie McCagran.
it'll be Natalie McCagran to lead things off for the Thunder. Caitlin Meyer in the circle for North Park. 3rd pitcher used. Her Pappas went about 3 2/3 innings, and then they went to Wrigley Nolan. And oh, what a grab for the first out by Kayla Lorenz.
Very nice play. That's just instinct.
Now batting number 2, Soleil Weaver.
Here's Soleil Weaver to hit for Wheaton. Walked back in the 5th.
Weaver started that rally after McCagran had flown out to Lorenz at short. So Wheaton is hoping that she could do something of the same. Start another rally as they look to once again bridge that deficit below 8.
The 1-2 taken down low for ball 2. Soleil Weaver has loaded things up. It's now 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. North Park after this contest, as we said, they're playing Augustin tomorrow afternoon as Soleil Weaver advances to first base off the walk.
Now batting for Wheaton, number 7, Shyla Dozeman.
There's Dozeman a hit. Doubled in the 4th, hit by a pitch in the 5th. 9-run deficit for Wheaton. That's going to stay fouled. Popped near Wheaton's dugout, and the catch is made for out number 2. Looks like it was Catherine Keene who was able to reel it in. And the Thunder are down to their final out, unless they can put up some runs. Libby Figueroa is at the plate.
Libby Figueroa.
Figueroa was also hit by a pitch in her last at-bat, 1-0. Be a called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike now. The 1-2 is down and away for ball 2.
Wheaton hitters today have done a really good job of not expanding that strike zone, even when they have struggled to make solid contact. They've still remained true to who they are as a team, which is to draw walks and make pitchers throw strikes.
Here's the 2-2 for Caitlin Meyer, and Libby Figueroa off speed, and strike 3. That will end things here in game 2. North Park comes up with the win, 15-6. And Stephanie, any final thoughts on game 2 of this series overall?
Yeah, Wheaton was able to take advantage of some wildness in last inning and put up 4 runs, which I think was huge, and I hope that they can take that on to their last 4 games of the season. Obviously unfortunate to get beaten pretty significantly both games. Your last game of the season at home, and for your seniors, that is not the way they wanted to go. But, you know, they put up a lot of fight in this game. It could have been so easy to be like, we're down, you know, 9-0 in the bottom of the 2nd inning and just kind of give up, but they didn't. So credit to them, and yeah.
For the Thunder, they'll be on the road at Olivet on April 28th, and then they'll end things off at Milliken on May 2nd. Meanwhile, for Augustana, they'll be playing tomorrow against Augustana themselves. And then they'll have a date with Milliken on May 3rd. Alongside Stephanie Kishi, I'm Aiden Cogg, signing off on the CCIW Network.